All right, we're back with what's probably the final episode of Rise of the Golden Idol. We've got a couple more DLCs to finish here. Unfortunately, I totally spaced on this, but my county is shutting off my power in about 4.5 hours. So I think we might be able to finish in 4.5 hours. If we start to get close, I might start asking more aggressively for hints if I'm stuck. I'll try to avoid that if possible. Just warning that could be the case. Hunter-gatherers, nomadic pastoralists. Okay, so it's kind of like our world. Buffer societies. It's Technotopia. Is this Australia? It's pretty funny. And then with some buffer societies. Early state societies. Okay. Cloud printer. Creates euphoria. So we don't actually have to use these, right? This is going to be the meta thing toward the end. Converts an idea into a list of arguments that are statistically most likely to convince everybody the idea is true. That sounds pretty great. Converts text to liquid. I feel like, I don't know if they're going to keep making Golden Idol games, but at this point, like, they've already set up so many other devices that they could base their games around. They could just say, okay, the Golden Idol's destroyed, who gives a shit? You call it, like, Legacy of the Golden Idol or something, right? And just pick, like, one of these to make your next game about. That's fun. Okay. Disobedience sows chaos. This is Pecco Sift or whatever. What happened after that? Yeah. How did they find us? They found you because you didn't shut off the tracker successfully. I have no idea. Is this... Oh, we're trying to identify who's who. Okay. Do that later. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of cool. Well, oh, we got his mind wiped, so he's not actually dead. Transferred into another body. Monument to Humanity. Tracking dead zone. Near the family orchard from the beginning is interesting. Okay, he set it up so he could, like, pull the trigger remotely. I see. Yeah, so I wonder if, like, is the case designed so that you have to have played the base game to know what this means, you know? These haven't changed, presumably. Mega Miner user manual. Oh. Okay, well, let's make this sound effect go away. Okay, we'll worry about this in a second. Bunch of symbols. Okay, so it's like a programming statement. Run mine, Dreadworm, Ruby. As we could do some, like, more coding-oriented stuff in the future, that would be cool, too, for a deduction game. Clean, polishes gems, radiant shine with 0 damage. Identify. Instant humane death. Yeah, that's cool. The conlang level was awesome, and I, like, blew through that. Okay, so there's Daria. Oh. It says that's true, even though we know that's not Betrayal. You saw nothing. Iridola glowed green. It's because it was the hacked one. Not intoxicated. The little call icon. This DLC's great. I really like it. Stop all functions. Else, all previous commands perform successfully. Okay, so we should be able to get this once we figure out what the nodes are, I guess. Okay. You will answer for this. And actually, Patala, I did it in the name of the law is a lie. This is all your fault, is true. Okay, well, they got fused together. Vitals empty, give all memories. These men are not breathing, no kidding. Okay, so they got fused together with the implement from the earlier mission. So let's see if I can make sense of this. It's a miracle I got us this far. It's probably going to be him, right? You had one job. Mr. Dead Weight anymore. You had one job. Sounds like it could be Echo Sift. Let's assume that for now. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Oh, are the artifacts intact? I feel like only Heko Sift would care about the artifacts. Billboard explains what one of our artifacts does. Where did you get your license? Okay, so not our pilot. Okay, I assume this is our first one. Everybody okay? Are the artifacts intact? Check all 6. Are they all right? Thanks to you. Seems like that's the only answer. Okay, so like they're all asking a question or making a statement that has a rational follow-up. So where'd you get your license? All right, let's do this by eliminating stuff. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. This could be it. Just place it for now and see if one makes more sense. Okay, but we were so far ahead, that makes sense. How did they find us? Isn't it obvious? You had one job. Okay, so the one job is wiping the tracker for Echo Sift. And then maybe after this one it's stop bickering. Hey, don't blame me. Maybe they just got lucky. That makes sense. You know, that's not what happened. Would make sense. We need to hide. Don't call me that is probably the idiot line. An idiot. We were shot. It's a miracle I got us this far. Don't call me that. Let's find a place to hide. All right, let's think about don't call me that, because that could be in response to being called an idiot. Or it could be in response to Mr. Deadweight. Here's what one of our artifacts does. 5 more that do that, and we won't need Mr. Deadweight. Okay, which one are they talking about? Where was that? Did I get a... Oh, they might be talking about the one that's in the meta page, right? The list of artifact meanings. This one. I don't know if I'd actually need this for the mission. I'll screenshot it real quick just in case. Let's see. I like Mr. Deadweight. Let's go being the last one makes sense. And don't call me that. Don't call me Mr. Deadweight. Well, I think people are always incorrect. Okay. Should never be the same person talking twice in a row, right? So that's definitely wrong. So the problem with this is that I could be like mostly right, but if I'm off in one spot, the whole thing's gonna show as off. Let's see. These two feel right. No thanks to you. Where'd you get your license? Try switching to this one. But unfortunately that moves everything else, so be this one. Sentinel ship. Isn't it obvious? Don't blame me. Maybe they just got lucky. You know, that's not what... Okay, there we go. And the voices were correct. He's Mr. Deadweight, which is interesting. Okay. So that was pretty straightforward. Do I get any information from this, though? They have 6 artifacts. That's from the flight recorder. Somewhere we had the box of artifacts, right? It's a Mega Minor manual. Do they not show us the box of artifacts on this mission? Am I... Okay, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless if they're counting the Golden Idol as the 6th one. I see, and they pulled the trigger. Let me double check what they had when they left here. Maybe compare that to my screenshot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not counting the Golden Idol. I think the 6th one is this guy, right? Pink thing, blue thing, salmon thing. Let's see. Pink thing, blue thing, salmon thing, that thing, and yeah, it's got to be the the fusing box or whatever. Teleporting harvester. That's the modified one. Okay, I'm gonna try to make sense of this. Where did I get the original clues to this? Hold on. And there's a bunch of data disks over here too. It's just the black box. That's a way to get words in our list. Okay, so the memories have already been transferred at this point, is what we're saying. Or maybe they've been transferred into the disk here is the idea, because it is full, it looks like. Wait, so where did I originally... I got information about the mind programming thing somewhere. Not there. Not here. That's just a little map. This one? Okay, this is it. Visual or traditional scripting. Figures 1 and 2 show the default mining function looks. Found equals nothing. Walk. If found equals destroy, because this means find then. So find, and then it's going to go back, return to start. So say that means nothing. Or I guess that could mean nothing. It's like if this, then this, right? I don't know that there's anything complicated about this. This might be exactly what it appears to be. I don't know why they'd put it in a different order on this side other than to just be annoying here, right? Because, like... I guess it's not exactly, because... Walk, return to start, no additional trees after that. These ones have follow-ups. They both have 2 follow-ups. I guess break the degeneracy because this symbol is in common between 2 of them. Obstacle, destroy. These are both identify, so that doesn't really help me, but these 2 are both the same. It's also not helpful. Clean store. Is this also clean store? I think that's target 2. No. Target 1, clean store. These are different. Oh, it's... okay, they just made this annoying to be annoying, didn't they? All right. So I have to guess what these 4 are, and I don't think it's just going to be left to right, top to bottom. I have to figure it out. I guess let's put in the ones that I can say are likely. So it's this one's either nothing or obstacle, and this one's either nothing or obstacle. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's funny that they would document it this way on the right and have the flowchart not match the same order. It's a good puzzle. I don't hate it. Like failing to... okay, obstacle and nothing. Let's just guess. Red square is nothing. And there's... or one of them is obstacle. So those could be flipped. And then this one is either being or gem, which I can probably break down which one's which. But let's just do that for now because we know that's starting rules. And then we've got target 1 and target 2. So being identify, target 1 discard. This one only mentions target 2. Oh, weird. Not equal to versus equal to. Do we even have target 1 and 2 on here? Or do we just have target? Target and not target. Okay. So if not target, discard. If not target, discard, which is probably these. So the little C icon is probably not target, which means this is target. Okay. Can I break the degeneracy on nothing being obstacle and gem? So this does show up twice. That's how I'll get it. Because this one doesn't show up twice. That's... Let's see. Destroy comes up twice. But walk only comes up once. So that must be walk. It's weird that those are gray, but okay. So if that's walk, then this is nothing, which is already correct. Okay. Which means this is obstacle, which is correct. So then destroy is how we break the degeneracy on this one again. So the one that's destroy is being. These are identify both times, right? And that one's... We see this is being, and then being gets destroyed. Okay, so I have those flipped. Okay. So we know this one's destroy. I think we actually know all the other ones. We know that's discard. Let's identify. And then the other ones I just have to follow the order, so it's kill, destroy. And then this one is clean and store. What did I get wrong? Oh, these are flipped. Okay. Okay, got it. Cool. So I think we just get this directly, right? Kid has it on him. Where did I originally find this thing? Okay, so I just have to like fill in all the meanings, right? It should be pretty straightforward. So that's find, that's being, obstacle, nothing, block, destroy, identify, not target, target, kill, Store. Okay. I guess that's nice so that it just saves it for you so you don't have to remember next time. So, find. If it's nothing, keep walking. If it's an obstacle, destroy it. If it's a being, identify it. If it's not the target, store it. If it is the target, kill it. Okay, and then eventually it stops. I like that they've like built up to this coding one too, since all the previous missions have had some element of that somewhere. When blank, blank, and blank realized that blank was being blank, they blank, blank the blank. Okay, we know some of this. When Echo Sift, Mr. Blue, and Mr. Green realized that Echo Sift was being tracked. They blank the blank. Because it was a blank. Landed, entered, failed, left, managed, transferred. Shot the blank. What all did they do here? Give me that map we need to hide. Oh, they might be talking about this billboard. They teleported something. I don't know what they're going to teleport, though, like... Teleported the monument, factory, office, orchard, dead zone, location. Because it was. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Alright, well, we know some of this. Using the golden idol, they transferred all of Heko Sif's memories to a disk. Is that what we did? That looks right, because we inferred that earlier. They've got the disk with them. We just don't know what happened to them. You see, it's got that X marked on it, right? Okay, so they're in the dead zone. This is the Monument to Humanity. Data Guardian's office. But like a whole bunch of things have taken a shitload of damage here somehow. The orchard is like way the fuck over here somewhere. Oh, that makes sense, because this is the like... I didn't realize this when I looked at this the first time. This is the like bucket that they were teleporting the fruit into from the first case. So they like used the teleporter and got fused together and ended up all the way over here. Okay, and you got this big old robot. I'll show you his evil dreams. I don't really know where they're going with that. I assume we're talking about the kid. I don't know where they're going with this kid. All right, hold on. Once inside, somebody and somebody verbed somebody. Somebody and somebody entered somebody doesn't make sense on this case. Failed somebody, left somebody, managed somebody, miscalibrated somebody, transferred somebody, violated somebody? Probably not. Teleported somebody, tracked somebody maybe, shot somebody seems pretty likely. Because he doesn't just have his memories wiped too, like wiping the memories doesn't leave a blood pool on the ground. So this is interesting. They like set themselves up to shoot themselves with this thing, maybe not knowing that it's gonna like fuse them together when they get teleported. They think it's just gonna be a way for them to escape. Maybe they don't have all the information about how it works. I'm really glad this man is not breathing has basically been around since the very first case of the first game, right? I feel like it's like a gag at this point. It's like, yeah, you think? Back to this. Let's guess that they shot Hekosift. It's probably those two guys, right? They did this because they needed somebody. I guess Hekosift is the only one that makes any sense. Oh, that's true. He knew the blank of the blank, the location of the locations of the blank. Or I guess the functions of the artifacts. Is there functions of the artifacts? I like that better, because that's something we've already established. You could not have blanked the blank without being blanked. Without being failed, without being left, without being managed, without being miscalibrated, without being transferred, without being violated, without being teleported, without being tracked. Couldn't have left the dead zone. Okay, this is... I haven't been able to use just pure syntax to get this much information before. I feel like they've been, like, savvy to the syntax abuse thing and tried to design these. But now it's like, okay, without being... I guess without being teleported, maybe... But I've got enough information to be like, tracked is the only word that makes sense there. So he can't blank the blank without being tracked. He can't, is it the dead zone that they're in here? Oops. Tracking dead zone. Okay. He can't leave the dead zone. Oh, could not have left the dead zone. I thought dead zone was on this list. Am I crazy? Oh, there it is, dead zone. Finally, using the blank, they blank to the blank, but this went horribly wrong. Well, I already started to get this, right? They tried to, like, get themselves out of the area, but they got fused together, so they used the harvester to teleport to the orchard. Okay. All right. They blank the blank because it was a blank. Once inside, so they went inside somewhere. They entered the dead zone. Well, not because it was a dead zone. That doesn't make any sense. What's the name of the place? Data disk factory. Is that on the list here? Oh, the factory. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. This one seems less straightforward. Somebody programmed the robot to something something. So that's Etham Lurvel. Called robot. To something, something, and then something, something before it could something. So that's this thing. It has to be... So all the gray ones in this case are not verbs, they're programming commands, so... Well, it definitely does find. You meant to understand that this is what the kid did? Hold on. Analyzing input correct. It's not right though. Where did I get... Okay, so this is the robot's commands, right? Justice function from chip. Oh. So... I am a lawful citizen. I am a sentinel. I am not intoxicated. I am a lawful citizen. My name is Betrayal. I am not intoxicated. These are different dates. Justice Hecko Sift. That's funny. He says, never in my life have I even thought about touching narcotics, which leads me to believe that what we're saying here is that this is the input that just happened. Am I reading this? Is this function supposed to be Justice Hecko Sift? I guess it doesn't put it on here. Set operator authorization. That's the justice function. Okay. Justice function is walk around. If you don't find anything, keep walking. If there's an obstacle in your way, destroy it. If there's a being, store them. Otherwise, if it's Hecko Sift, kill Hecko Sift. And store them means pick them up and drop them in here, it looks like. This is all your fault. Did it in the name of the law. Okay, well that makes sense. So I don't think that's Etham Lervel then. I think that's actually Petala Kib. So Etham like found a way to shut the thing off, or is trying to shut the thing off. Mega Miner shutting down in 3, 2, 1. So he just gave it those instructions. That's here. Stop all functions. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, find... Well, it's looking for Hecko Sift. Guess we're saying it's the find and identify and kill before it could stop, I guess. But because the blank had been blank on blank, the blank to blank blank. Blank tried to blank it, but couldn't, having just blanked the blank. Finally, blank managed to by using the blank that had previously been blank. Alright, well it sounds like this is where Etham Lervel stops it. And he's obviously lying because his name isn't Petala Kib, so that has to be the fucked up Veridola, because that got left behind, right? You say that he went and got it? I'm done sitting around. I'm gonna sneak out. Yeah, so he got it. So that's the Viridola that had been miscalibrated. Okay. I'm gonna go back and look at this. My name is Telekib. I'm not intoxicated. Is this supposed to be like a date and then a timestamp? Like, I don't think it's been running for 21 days, right? That's just supposed to be time. Okay. It's been running for like an hour. And then one of them tries to stop it. Lawful citizen, my name is Betalakib. I'm not intoxicated. Statement error. Authorized user status denied. So, like, he tried to do it but didn't have the Viridola yet. Having just blank the blank. Having just used... It doesn't really make sense. Having used the Viridola... You'd have to say use the wrong Viridola or used... Not that he's intoxicated. It's not even an option. Because the blank had been blank on blank. Okay. Entered on, failed on, left on, managed on, miscalibrated on, transferred on, violated on, teleported on, used on. Okay, so the golden idol had been used on Heko Sift. The robot blank to blank blank, so the rampage continued. Okay, so the whole idea is that, like, it's just to keep doing this, destroying everything and picking people up until it kills Heko Sift, but it can't find Heko Sift because Heko Sift doesn't exist anymore. Or rather, Heko Sift is a data disk at this point. The robot blanked to blank. Failed to kill. Okay. Well, this is the part that seems obviously wrong. Having just used the Viridola doesn't make any sense. I guess, do we know that that's Etham Lurvel? It could still be the actual Betalakib, because... I'm a sentinel, I'm not intoxicated. Lawful citizen. Says I am not intoxicated both times, instead of saying never once in my life have I even thought about touching narcotics. Let's try Patala and see if just these two are wrong. Okay. So, Patalakib tried to stop it, but couldn't, having just something. What? Scanning Viridola, authorized user status denied, statement 1 error. So the error happens when the Viridola is scanned. So this is definitely right. It is Patalakib because we went from incorrect to 2 or fewer incorrect when I replaced it. Am I right that it's just these two that are wrong? Everything else seems pretty right. Yeah, that's pretty funny, this name. Having just entered, having just failed, having just left, having just managed. Let's calibrate. Having just isn't really helping me. I think almost all of these could be right. I don't think I can do anything with the green one. Alright, so I guess the idea... So the input has to follow a certain format, and then scanning Veridola... Is this what validates whether the statements are true? Input correct is just validating whether the format is right, and then scanning Veridola says whether they're lies. So, like, one of these is a lie? Sounds like my name is Patala Kib is correct, and I don't even think I get intoxication as an option. So it has to be lawful citizens no longer true. Why would that be? Something here about... I don't know why it would bother showing it to me unless if it matters for this specific mission, because it wouldn't be... It has to be one of these, because this wouldn't just be for the meta case, otherwise they would rely on it being available in the earlier case. Handling unsanctioned technology, seeking wealth or status, take the law into his or her own hands, allegiance to an outside cause or movement. This does seem like Patalakib taking the law into his or her own hands. I guess that only becomes true after... Because there's the lie here, right? I did it in the name of the law. Okay. That's a lie. So... Having just violated the third statute, is that right? Okay, got it. That one was pretty easy compared to the previous ones. Doable. I got stuck in an infinite loop of destroying buildings and capturing people. Stop until it killed Heko, which was impossible because the isle had already extracted his memories. Was an endless cycle of destruction. I feel like that's a big problem in this society. That kind of thing can happen all the time. It seems like 1 year later. What do you think he was trying to achieve? Okay, so we have a traditional meta thing instead of a final case here. Yeah, that's cool. EchoSift wanted to blank all blank to blank the blank and then blank the blank. Okay. And I haven't gotten any new information for any of these, right? No intervention zone, buffer societies. Technotopia is like Fantasy Australia. Ending the restraint policy. Okay. The strong must dominate the weak. Do you only get this one after finding out that EchoSift did something bad in the first place? Because this feels like this kind of gives that away. It must have been after, right? Oh no, you never would have meant something like that. Oh, interesting. I guess I just didn't make sense of it because I didn't know who any of these people were. Probably going to come back to it and help me figure out that it was Heko who did shit. So this is like the broadcast microphone on board the ship. No idea what the fuck this has to do with anything. Is it one of the devices here? What the crown is supposed to be either. Oh, right. Sorry. So Echo Sift wanted to blank all blank to blank the blank and then blank the blank. Seems like he's saying it here. Strong must dominate the weak. So we want to get rid of the... Is restraint policy one of these? Abandon, abolish. And then take over the world. Conquer... I guess the world, yeah. Blank all blank to abolish the restraint policy. So... Force... Marines... And then, like, I don't know if I know what this means. Oh, using 3 devices, is that what that's saying? Using 3 devices in some specific order? Okay. Converts text to liquid. Contact with a liquid or its vapors will cause one to instantly memorize the text. Disassembles an object into basic parts. Converts a body of liquid into gold. Clouds that spread a provided liquid sample into the atmosphere. Euphoria for all within range. People in contact with the gold. Nano civilization kit. It's a Gek. Convert an idea into a list of arguments that are statistically most likely to convince everybody that the idea is true. Okay, so probably the list of arguments gets turned into a liquid and the liquid gets aerosolized. So it's... Those are the only ones that have anything in common with each other, I feel like. Clothizer, cloud printer, 2 or fewer. Do I have the right idea? I mean, obviously I do. I guess he's convincing them, not forcing them. Okay. All right. It's cool. I like this one. I like having to figure out all the devices at the end. I see. Ultimately successful. Ah, I see. Is Echo Secunda at the end is actually Heko Sif the whole time? I see. Is there anything that explains why he goes from Heko Sif to Echo Secunda? Oh, is it Heko is a anagram? Gotcha. Translation quirk. Okay, because if they called him Echo Secunda, then this whole chapter you would like know that he's the bad guy because you would know from the base game. That's fine. That's cute. I really like that one. That was good. Where's the last Reaper? Horrifying tale for the ages. Deadly end and a murderous beginning. Corkscrew, washcloth. Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember that. That's cool that they... Wonder if they knew exactly what their plan was for the DLC the whole time. They do a good job of presenting that like he's like crazy at the time, so you don't really think anything of it. Oh, is the bit with this that it's like Golden Idol 1 that it's not in like the 70s anymore? Interesting. The 70s were the ancient Lemurian past, I guess, at this point. Dear mother. Red Herring Inn. Oh, 1797, 1927. Captain Triton's final voyage. Okay. What proves each map is not the original from 1797? Ah. Woman is not breathing. Miss Bordy. Okay. What that's all about. Oh. Arms fucked up. Crowbar, manhole cover. Edward. Guess that's Edward. Yeah, it's really funny. Father Abacus. That's how I'm gonna get his surname eventually. Someone else had that necklace. Oh, I think we're saying that this is going to be Abacus then? Okay. The timeline works out there. Cigarette. Old Woman by Unknown Artist, 1790s. Donated by A. Joliffe. Hey, the Last Reapers, I said the thing. Eluding a Lemurian vessel. A. Joliffe's Museum of Antiquity. He's Edward, it would make sense if these are both Joliffe, right? At least a reasonable guess for now. Oh, have I not gotten Joliffe yet? Okay, hold on. Okay. Captain Radigan will lead his pub crawl boat tour. It could be that guy. Yeah, he's got the pipe. Okay. Cigarettes. More maps. Leg cutters loot with lighthouse. Why is the swan did not take part? No reason has been given. Light hands Loretta. Ansel M. She's like a famous explorer. Could be Light Hands Loretta. Oh, Eliza. Okay. She just done this thing. Eliza Swan, so previous winner of an airplane stunt thing. Do we not have Swan yet? It is a little bit weird about when it gives you words, I feel like. There we go, Swan. Petite Fool Leave. Mr. Wiles. Okay, hold on. It's this guy. I thought I saw the Wiles name already. Pencil M. Creatures of the Meserides. I see. Are we going to say that, like, some of these maps have the icons of animals that hadn't been discovered yet, and that's how you know that they're fake or something? I see. Each of these has some kind of fact, like maybe it's like the number of lighthouses or something is invalid. I really like that it came up with this in the last DLC, right? Of getting something from this grid. I think that's really smart. They can hide more things in plain sight with that. Sutcliffe, Roger McDonald, Myrtle Song. Well, let's guess that that's Myrtle Song then, if she has it now. Is her, right? Because this could be Loretta. The only other woman's name we have? I guess, oh, maybe it's because it's like a nickname, right? Light Hands Loretta. She does look like a gangster. Crowbar, manhole cover. I don't know what that's a tattoo of, like a severed leg, I guess. Okay, well, I like that as a guess. We'll see what else I can get from it. I still haven't found everything. What am I missing? Bosengarner was mauled to death more than 100 years ago. On the spot, so that must be Bosengarner. Bosun's a title, right? So we don't actually know his full name yet. Key for room 2. Alazar. Okay. Never let you keep it in your room. Barkeep, so that's probably Wesley Beckett. I got this guy's last name. It was the name of the Joliffe. Okay. At least that's my guess. Alright, so I need Wiles and this guy with the phone. Marsh something. I guess it could also be a last name. Try to get these last couple names here, see where they're all being stated. This one's ES. It's the person that's inside here. Oh, ES is Eliza Swan, isn't it? Okay. Jasper. Oh, did I just not write that down? How did I get his Wiles? Ansel M might be Ansel Marsh. Oh, Mr. Wiles and Miss Swan. I just missed that she said. Okay. So this is Ansel and then Green? Hey, okay. All right. I really like they give you the names. I know why they skip them sometimes, and it would be stupid to make you do it in cases where they haven't introduced new characters, but I feel like it's a nice way to get me acclimated to the mission. Okay, so there's a reason all of these are fake except for one of them, is what we're saying, right? And this is the original from 1797, so one of these has a pufferfish on it. Do that one, right? Double cross symbol on its back. Is there like an elephant on one of these? Chameleon, squirrel. I guess all of these are gonna, something different is gonna reveal what's wrong about them, right? Try to look for things. Looks like lighthouse related. Quartz. Fish isn't really listed. There's a bunch of sea monsters. I bet this is the real one with the sea monsters. Like a pot. Beans, alcohol, chili pepper. A bunch of lighthouses. We read something about lighthouses somewhere else. I just have to find it here. Gangsters use the lighthouse at Port Armando to crash ships so they could then rob them. Okay, so lighthouses come up. I don't remember if it came up anywhere else. I guess we'd have to see, is there like a full map of the place somewhere, is another question. Research proves mine is the genuine artifact. Someone stole hers. Okay, so he got that from Eliza Swan. Clover. Eliza Swan also has one in her pack, it looks like. That's interesting. A saddlebag. Highlights include the rusty anchor and the raised tankard. Okay. That's probably the rusty anchor, the raised tankard. That's like a real place, but what about it would tell me for sure that it's wrong? I see. So there's evidence of a leftover. These cigarettes are at this manhole. She's got the manhole key. I think what we're meant to be saying here is that this is her horse. So she climbed out of the manhole here. Why, though? Why do we care about that? We meet at the entry-exit point in the courtyard in front of the museum, which is this place. Does that make sense? Where's the bridge for that? On the bridge where she's dead here? Raise my bid 1,200. That's my final offer. Okay, here's the $1,200. So this is like Futurama, where Bender gets the $300 and he wants to get the cigar. It's like, sorry, it's too expensive. Oh, just these $300 burglar's tools then, please. It's pretty funny. Who wrote this? I guess we don't know. Old woman. It's A. Joliffe Abacus or whatever the fuck. Did he have some kind of picture of an old woman? Dear mother. Okay. Strange sketch the beast dropped. Oh, I see, but there's a map on the back of it. Is that the real one? That shape could be this, or it could be this. A clever way to hide it, and that's why it's missing from the museum, because somebody stole it. That's clever. Oh, I guess it could also be this, huh? Looks like whatever it is, it's pointing at an island. Okay, well, we know which one is the real one, probably. The Red Herring Inn. Okay. I didn't even catch that last time. Merlot wine. Sorry, son. Blank, 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 who in turn blank the blank. Afterward, blank, blank, a blank, blank outside. Okay, so I think it's going to be afterwards. Outside is this guy who's... Abacus Jolliffe. Saw something. I assume we had to have mauled. Those be found. The map, right? When turn blank the blank. Alright, well, this guy. Eliezer Garner. Saying this is a beast? Evil beast. Beast mauled. Who in turn something the beast, right? Oops. I like the way they hide the map there. That's really, really clever. Okay. Who in turn did something to the beast. Shot it with his gun. Pistol's empty, the barrel is warm. Okay. Then it bleeding and it runs off and it jumps in the water, but it leaves the map behind. $1927, somebody hired somebody. Okay, so we know who got hired. It was Loretta Bordy. Steal the map. From the museum, right? Because that's where we know where it is. What the thing says to do. The double arrow is weird, though. Doors are locked. Okay, this specimen was discovered, so this creature is going to be on one of the maps, but it's discovered too late to be on the original map. I think that is stolen from the museum, though. I guess I haven't completely put the case together, but that's from, what's his name's museum? Edward Jolliffe. I don't know who hired her, though. Let's see if I can find out this creature they're showing here. Washed away one of the Messerate Islands. I see, so one of these is going to have too few islands on it. I guess they're all depictions of the same basic area. Could like be able to rotate them to get them all in the same orientation. Okay, we'll read more about the Messerate Islands in a second, I guess. Pirates from Captain Triton's infamous crew went missing along with their ship, the Last Reaper, after looting Lemurian vessels. I think that's the pistol of the guy who died, the bosun or whatever. Bosun Garner was mauled to death. Infamous heist in 1814 using the St. Osmond Lighthouse on Skull Island, which had been built just a year earlier. Okay, that's the thing I wasn't seeing, so This is almost certainly Skull Island, and because there's a lighthouse on it, it's built too late, so that can't be right. This is Skull Island. Skull Island probably also didn't have alcohol on it the entire time, would be a good guess. I guess it's just my guess for that one. This one seems like it's going to be right since it only has, like, sea creatures. I don't know what I can get from this one, though. Who has that map on them? This guy does? It could be because it's got the raised tankard and the anchor or whatever, so it's like too modern to be the old map. Established 1892. Is there another lake? Oh, that's the battered cod. Okay, that's what it is. Oh, shit. I thought I had that for sure. What do I have wrong here? I guess I haven't used the island to get washed up thing. Washed away. One of the islands. So the battered cod didn't exist, so that's not right. I'm basically 100% about this. I'm basically 100% about this one. I'm 100% about this one because of the puffer with the double cross. So these two are wrong. So one of them is going to be solvable via the washed away island problem. Let's get rid of this. So this is showing us the same thing here, but let me take a screenshot of this and rotate this. I'm really bad at doing that in my head. I know you won't be able to see what I'm looking at. Hold on. I'm just taking one of the images and rotating it so that they're in the same orientation so I can compare them. All right, so with this one rotated, this guy is to the west. This guy is to the west. Those are both the same. But this has the Skull Island above it. And that one doesn't have the Skull Island above it. So the Skull Island is the one that washed away. But it washed away in 1905. So that's cool. So this is wrong. It's an empty square. Nice. That's really fucking good. I like that one a lot. This might be one of my favorite puzzles in like all of Golden Idol. I think it's like super reasonable to get all of them, but having to find each of them from across the whole map is cool. And it's a cool way to get you to look at everything independently. And I like that only one of them is tricky. I guess I kind of had weak reasons to guess these two guys. But these ones are all pretty certain, so... somebody hired Loretta Bordy to steal the map from the museum. Probably, I'm just assuming that's right, because it's too interesting to hide the map on the back of this picture. Otherwise, why would you do that? However, blank tried to blank with the blank. So blank, 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 blank with a blank. Okay, so... probably that Loretta Bordy died. I gotta do it from here. Or I need to start like sorting these after I get them. I'm really bad at scanning. Killed. Doesn't look like the main reason she's dead is because she's been like shot or something. Her arms are horrifically broken. She like... How the fuck did she die? My verbs don't really make sense here. Battered, I guess? Battered with a what, though? I guess it could be trampled with a horse. It's a good way of killing someone. Okay. Blank tried to blank with the blank. So blank trampled the Redibordi with a horse. I will ride off into the night, never to hear for you to hear from me again. That's where they're supposed to meet. I don't really see the value of the manhole. Okay, there's a manhole here. There's a manhole here. I'm assuming that's her, unless if someone else has those cigarettes. Who has the real map right now? He does. That's interesting. So if he ends up with the real map, then just he has to be the one that took it here and who hired her. It's Jasper Wiles. Does he have the cigarettes too? No. I think the cigarettes are supposed to imply that it's her cigarettes, but yeah, those are the wrong cigarettes. I guess kind of meant to understand that it's someone that's in the battered cod right now, and it's not Eliza Swan. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to get more information on that. Anyway, someone tried to, well, Loretta tried to do something, right? To flee with the map. Okay. Makes sense. Let's exit the sewers via the manhole cover outside the front of the museum. She left the one behind the museum in an attempt to escape with the map. Ah. Jasper spotted her. So that's the manhole was never part of the plan. I guess it was on the map, which was what confused me. You washed the blood, Ellie. Let me go back and review some of that stuff. Scientific advisor. Our trusty captain. All right. I like when they have the non-clickable stuff. It was... I guess I thought these were supposed to be manhole covers. Maybe they are, and this is just her note, not... I think I understand. She wrote in blue. Okay, I see. I feel like we haven't had a lot of stuff in the DLC where they give you more information than you need to figure it out. I think that's good, though. I think that they should, like, playtest it and figure out where people are struggling and give, like, an extraneous piece of information that could help them get it a little bit faster. Horse is still dripping with water. Is there anything that makes it clear that it's 100% his horse for sure? Oh, yeah, there's the water. Oh, the blood there, that's almost... Wow. I wonder how many people actually see that and put that together with the dripping horse feet. Is there something else? Because we know that this one's Elizabeth Swan's. I guess the yellow bandana is supposed to help us figure out that that's not his horse. That's tricky. Yeah, I don't think I would have seen that in a million years. I like that it's just like extra information, but it's not necessary to solve it. Mutiny aboard the Last Reaper. Music continues to be really good. It names, it rolls. Powder Monkey, low rank. Bullets lodged in the mass. Alistair Sims, William Nunda. Comatose boy. Okay, we know this guy. He's the bosun, right? It's the map he brings back. There's a straight up do-over din. It's pretty funny. I wonder if they'll ever do anything cheeky like this in the future. Like reference other famous mystery games in a case, or if they've already, maybe they've already done it, and I don't know enough about mystery games to know that it's already happened, right? Do like a Titanic Adventure Out of Time level, right? Timeline thing again. Whoa. That's cool. Okay, so we know this guy's job. Cute. Carpenter. All right. Yeah, straight up Oberdin. It's very cute. Yeah, I feel like there's all kinds of games where they could like be like, okay, we want to do one case that's a reference to this other game, but we're just gonna try to make it fit naturally into the rest of our story. Right. Like you could do something in the Lemurian era that's like a weird reference to 999, right? Enough crazy technology that can make that fit. Antoine Spilsbury, sponsor. Skeletons. Oh, awesome. I love that. It's really cute. It's cool to have to go down here to see the guy's face. Okay, we see that the guy with the golden tooth got cleavered to the head, right? So we haven't gotten... Oh. Cleaver... Oops. Mass toppled... Harpoon... Some of these we have to infer from the past, I guess. Bleeding out. Okay, so they're all three dead. So that guy isn't one of the skeletons. Well, he might be back here. Peg leg. Dagger in him. It's the guy with the peg leg. Stabbed with the dagger. I love this. This level's really cool. I like this DLC a lot so far. He's probably killed by this guy. This guy may have also gotten daggered because it looks like he got stabbed in the back here, right? I guess if that's the case. Have a cutlass. Did have a cutlass. All right, so the captain got shot. Pistol. Well, the rest of them end up dying here. There's the person with the gold tooth again. I saw it a second ago. Down here, I guess, this guy. Chop meat, not men. Okay, so that's our butcher. Cook. Would have to be the cook. See if we can figure out who this guy is. Alright, hold on. I need to figure out, like... I took a screenshot of the document that shows all the people. This one, yeah. Ropes and sails, food. Assume the ones that are crossed off, I can just ignore, wipe those. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it's just saying that there's ones who died. What does he say about this? And we knew that the one guy is the bosun, right? Sneaking into the captain's quarters. You not get the word captain? That guy is the carpenter. I guess the idea is he's not the captain anymore at this point. Alistair Sims, William Nunda. Maybe that's like they're doing a tricky thing there. Alistair Sims was the first mate. William Nunda was the second mate. I see. So that's why they've got people crossed off, because they're dead at the point of the... Okay. Clever. That's why you can't use captain, I guess. I'm just marking some of these as done over here. To look at names that aren't going to help me. Powder Monkey grants no such privilege. Total of 9 votes. How many skeletons do we have? Huh. I guess it's 10 less. Well, it's weird we've got extra people out here too, so maybe I'll figure it out. So I think that's Alistair Sims. Makes him the first mate. How do we get the rest of these, though? Let me look at my roll list. So we got Powder Monkey, first mate, second mate. Navigator, Bosun, Master at Arms, Helmsman, Gunner, Carpenter, Sailmaker, Rigger, Cook, and I guess Powder Monkey. Okay. So yeah, the ones that are crossed off aren't going to be relevant. So we don't even get captain, quartermaster, scrivener, or seaman. Okay. So if that's the case, how do we infer? Maybe we can infer some of them based on what's on their corpses. That would be interesting. That one has like a necklace. They have a necklace, we can't see them clearly here. On the same side. Okay, so the bosun harpoons this guy, right? same side, he says. Figure out who the powder monkey is. This guy climbing on the rigging makes me think he's the rigging guy. Who would be the sailmaker and what would be our evidence for them? Cutlass inspection. Alright, that's master at arms, responsible for weapons. Okay. The boy who has no rank is probably the powder monkey, would be my guess. Which of these? Let's move all the ones that I think I'm pretty sure about off of here. Carpenter, cook, rigger, first mate, master at arms. Okay, can we get gunner, sailmaker, helmsman, navigator? Lots courses, maintains discipline, responsible for weapons, your ship, manages cannons. Do we know anything about him in the present? Gem, a net. I feel like they gotta get... There's gonna have to be something where I have to, like, infer the person's job from their skeleton, right? It would be too weird to not do that. I guess we have very few women's names here, right? There's... pretty much just Maria Swift is the sailmaker. I think that's a reasonable guess here. Okay. Guy doing the mutiny is reasonable guess that this guy... Well, he's the carpenter. We know who he is already. So who do we not know still? Just as you and your followers lost the vote. Oh, so maybe he's actually the first mate and the other guy is the second mate. You and your followers, so that makes him the second mate, probably? Guy with the peg leg, does he have anything else that trays his station? He's got an axe. Navigator, helmsman, gunner. Oh, that guy. I'm pretty sure about that guy. I'm down to 3 people here without a lot. I mean, I guess this person, because they're in the hold with the cannonballs, that could be the cannonball guy. I don't really have anything else to... Said gunner manages cannons. Nothing else really to hint at what his deal is. Alright, so that would just leave helmsman and navigator. I guess it would be a reasonable guess to think that this guy is the helmsman because of his proximity to the wheel, but that doesn't seem right based on what else we're saying. William Nunda is the second mate. I guess I could just plug in my last 2 and see if it says I'm... Okay, so yeah, I just gotta flip these then? Okay. How do I break the degeneracy on that? He doesn't have any items on him. Oh, me and my boy. I didn't catch that. Is that in the present day? Does it mention that they have the same surname? Garner. Okay. I just got that because he's like, it says he's a kid, so it makes sense that he wouldn't be able to vote. I didn't use cutlass quality, no. That one's all rusty. Cutlass scratched up. Cutlass less scratched up. Okay, that's clever. No, I didn't use that. So that must be what does it. But also the rest of them I was certain on, so well, close to certain. I guess the gunner, you have to like be like, well, you could have just climbed down there to go after him, but there's no other association it gives you, so I thought that was reasonable to guess. All right, skeletons. That guy is the... I guess we should know what all of these are now. So he's the gunner. And then... establish this guy as the first mate. And he appears to have been shot by the sailmakers, the one that killed him. Okay. Who else do we still have here? There's 3 corpses in this room. And the person with a dagger got a lot of fucking kills, it seems like. Jeez. Okay, so this guy's got the axe in his head. So the axe, I think the only person with an axe was this guy. It's confirmed that that's the case. I think it's true. The kukri. Alright, so guy with the axe in the head is axe is killed by the helmsman. I don't know who that is yet though. Clothes have all pretty much totally dissolved. Can't really use that as a guide. Fucked up, like, mandibles. Someone, like, have mandibles? I already know that guy's deal. Try to get anywhere where I can be certain, I guess, would be nice. You can fill in all of the victim names, a lot of them, I guess. That guy's the man-at-arms, right? Okay. What are my other corpses here? Their heads split in half, it looks like. Probably a reasonable guess that that's the axe is the only weapon that could really do that here. And I guess the axe makes it inside to kill someone else. So they must get past this person, who's, we said, is the second mate, I think. I think that's a good guess, at least. You have to get through me, and then he does. Killed by the helmsman with the axe. This is a really cool level. I like this one a lot. Master at Arms gets killed by the Rigger. This is probably also the Rigger. Who is that, though, that has that? Person up here is the peg leg. I guess other people have daggers, though, right? So maybe I can't be certain about that. To, like, construct the timeline. He's got a dagger, but I think he dies pretty early. Right. Extra missing arm is interesting. Who the fuck's arm is that? This guy? Okay. Can't zoom in anymore. Oh, it's because this is open. It's like a golden necklace. I need to figure out who the fuck has a necklace. Well, this game's art. This guy's, like, animations are too funny looking. Oh, that's the cook. Okay. You could barely see it. Oh, let's confirm that's not the... that necklace? That is, in fact, the cook. I don't want to die down here, so he defends himself, climbs up, and then gets killed. I'm right that that's the cook. What else am I missing here? Let's try to get the rest of the victims, right? That's the dude that's the navigator. There's a few we still need to know. This is, he's got the peg leg, so that's the helmsman, right? So we're down to 3 unidentified corpses. So one of them is the sailmaker. The powder monkey's not going to register. How many total names we have here for 12 and 10 dead people, which makes sense because only 2 people escaped, the bosun and the powder monkey. So everyone else needs to be accounted for. So we've got a dead carpenter, we've got a dead sailmaker, and I guess the idea is that the rigger gets in here. That could be the rigger. Oh, there's like a silver ring. Ah, that's tricky. Look, you can't even see that when you zoom in. All right. Yeah, it already made sense that he got in there. So that's the rigger. So the rigger kills the... I'm gonna go ahead and assume, I guess it's missing a gold ring. Oh, it might be the earring, because it's by the head, right? It looks like that's the earring. So that's the carpenter. The rigger kills the carpenter. It's killed by the rigger. The dagger. And the rigger got stabbed in the back by what looks like cutlass, I guess? It's like broken off. Hey, here's a broken cutlass. It'd have to be someone that had a cutlass and made it in the room, right? Which is a limited number of people. Who do I still not have? That must be the sailmaker then. Process of elimination. Alright, so we only have a couple things left to populate here. Cook is missing an arm, so there's a limited number of weapons that could do that. There's the cutlass, cleaver, the kukri maybe, and that's it. Alright, so this guy has the kukri out and has the cutlass sheathed. Some interesting. I don't know if there's anyone who didn't kill anybody, right? A couple people get the rigger gets a lot of kills. I guess the first mate doesn't kill anyone successfully, or at least it doesn't seem like it. Like, is he even attacking in this scene? He's got a pistol, but he's not firing it. The peg leg was going to give it to me. Oh, because the carpenter... Sorry, I just saw your message. Got Horn's leg. Okay, thank you. Since I had it down to 2, I was just able to brute force it. That's fine. Who has a cutlass who can stab? So... I don't think it's him. She has one, technically. Only has a pistol. I feel like he's just dead here. He's not, like, crossing over the table there. He has one. I guess we're gonna be like the rigger. Well, the rigger doesn't have a cutlass. Maybe part of it is you have to know like who's on whose side here, right? Lean, Nunda, and Valerio's cutlasses are blunt, so maybe the argument is that like how many total cutlasses do we have? I guess we can ignore his own cutlass. Would he even mention himself in that? Probably not. Who's the one that's like replaced soon? Low-grade metal, because it breaks, right? Swift's still using cutlass made of low-grade metal. Swift is the sailmaker, so she's the one who stabs this guy because the cutlass is broken. Okay, that's pretty clever. I like that one. That's sailmaker, and then I don't know how the cook died. I guess I could just plug some random things in really quick. I guess he got something slashed him. So let's do a slashing weapon. Let's just see if I got everything else right but the cook. I guess it could be the helmsman. Incorrect. Fuck. I was really hoping for a 2 or less wrong. I guess I gotta go through these and like ask if I'm sure about some of these. So he's got a bullet wound in the head. 2 of them are firing here. This is the one that's going to his head. So first mate getting killed by the pistol seems right to me. The gunner getting hit with the cleaver has to be the cook, so I don't think there's any other option there. I think the carpenter we know from the earring gets stabbed with the dagger by the rigger, seems unimpeachable. Broken cutlass with the rigger from the sailmaker I think is fine. Only the helmsman had an axe. Oh, I guess she does have, like, the weird mandibles, doesn't she? I had something else that confirmed that's who that was, but... Alright, so would y'all agree that my top row looks correct? I think it's correct. The only weapon that could have done this, I think, is the axe, so the only one that makes sense given the trajectory of everybody. We said that was the second mate, and the helmsman is the only one with an axe. Okay. We were meant to understand that the rigger stabbed this guy in the back, which is why he just fell over. I guess this person dies to a dagger, which I have as the rigger doing that, but aren't they on the same side? He's talking to him. We're wanted in the captain's quarters. So I know other people have daggers. Maybe that's what they're trying to say. It's probably not going to be him because he seems like he's already dead or dying. The gunner technically has a dagger, and he's in the right position to maybe stab him when he comes up. She also has a dagger. So this one's wrong, I think, is the idea. We're pretty sure this one's right. So it's between these are wrong. I guess I was already expecting that the cook, helmsman, cutlass was wrong. So I think it's just these three that are wrong. Yeah, I saw that. He also has a dagger, which is why I was wondering if he was responsible for this person getting stabbed. Because he could climb up right as the helmsman's walking past and then stab him, depending on the time. Because, like, it's interesting. The helmsman goes in here and kills somebody, and then he leaves and dies up here. What do the events say? Maybe I can start filling out the events with the information I already have. I have numerous deaths on both sides. Alright. We know that the bosun and the powder monkey escaped. Map. The Blank and his supporters attacked the Blank's faction, resulting in numerous deaths on both sides. Second mate. Ulster Sims was... hold on. First mate wins, the second mate barely loses. Like, not internalizing this, yeah. First mate wins the election, second mate narrowly loses. Second mate lost. Oh, interesting. You have to figure out who all is on whose side. The first mate was elected the new captain. Alright, so we get a couple of these automatically. Maybe you can get this based on who killed who. So, like, just as you and your followers lost the vote. So there's definitely the helmsman and the rigger. And the master at arms just got stabbed by them, so he's clearly opposed. I'm on your side. On to vote. Deck at high noon. Alright, let's try to base it on some of the people who got killed. So, like, the helmsman kills the sailmaker, so and the sailmaker's obviously attacking. I guess actually, this is pretty trivial, isn't it? We just do sailmaker and the carpenter. I guess there's one other person who's uncertain. The cook / gunner. And the navigator. You may outnumber us, but we're twice the sailors you'll ever be. Okay, so if you may outnumber us, that means he must be allied with the second mate. That's the gunner. Which means everyone else is on the top, so that's navigator. Bosun and the cook. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Somebody went below deck. Oh, but now we're in the present. Okay. All right down there. So we have to figure out who among them is missing. This is Antoine Spilsbury. Tell the old geezer. This is Jasper. This is Eliza Swan. It's Myrtle. One of them has a thing that says who all's been signed on here. Ivan versus Radigan. Radigan's the ship captain. I think we're talking about, this has got to be Radigan, because I don't think that looks like Radigan from the first mission. Let me go check. Yeah. So the question is who's missing, right? Having blank a blank through a blank. Sees the gem. Spotted a gem through a... I guess he saw it from up here is the idea. Oh, I see his pipe is down here is also how you're supposed to get it. Gotcha. Great. Someone laid a trap. There's a trap up here. There's a net. Well, it's probably him. I don't know what happened to him. Blank into the blank. Before being pulled, before being escaped. Toppled or pulled? Toppled or pulled into the sea. Hold for now, I guess. Blank and blank a blank. Toppled and fell a blank. Hold a blank, shot a blank, spotted a blank, hurt a blank. I guess he falls into the sea, and it's just like blood on the cannonball, so he like falls down and hits his head. He falls down and hits his head. Okay, I think that tracks. What's going on down there, Ivan? I don't know what else happened here. I mean, there's this net. Thanks, Fushitude. How have you been? The idea that, like, the ladder used to be in place and then it fell over. That has to be part of it.
You're super awesome.
Well, I guess the only word that makes sense is topple the ladder. Blank to blank. What is gonna topple the ladder? I mean, the only thing that the net, I guess, is touching the ladder. Someone hit a net. Hold a net? Okay, I still have to get the skeletons. I'll go back and finish that in a second. Like, according to technology. Realized the rigger was above them, making it a fair fight, which they lost. Lured into a trap and dragged into the sea. How am I supposed to get the net being pulled? I guess because it seems like what they're suggesting is that there's like someone out here who is holding the net and pulled it down as a trap. Like, it definitely seems like it's a deliberate trap, right? Like, they're trying to get them to spot the thing down there. Okay. Maybe it's like trying to get more of a share, and one of them did it. I guess maybe he could have lost his arm from the kukri. That would have been the gunner. This is like someone who had a dagger who wasn't the rigger. I guess I can just guess and see if I'm right about the kukri thing. Try her if she made it out. I feel like that doesn't match with the timeline, but very few other people have. Like, we could try it's the gunner, because he was in the right spot. Okay. Well, if Gunner Kukri is right, this has to be the only other person with a dagger. No, I guess that's not right. Anyone see what's wrong with this? That's probably the gunner then. This is something about like someone pulls on the net. But someone pulled a net. We're trying to say that it's like an accident or something. Top row he said is good. Guess I could move on, but I'd like to get this right. I just don't see what I have wrong. It seems like it is the gunner with the kukri, so it's just a matter of like whether who stabbed this guy with the dagger. But I just tried. I mean, there's no one else with a dagger, right? I mean, it wasn't actually the rigger. Yeah. Yeah, I'm lost on this one, so you know, if you tell me which one is wrong, I have another thing wrong on the bottom row. Right, well, this has to be right. This has to be right. This has to be right because the dagger, the weapon that's wrong. Well, that has to be an axe. I guess that could be a cutlass, maybe? Although the whole way I got helmsman was by assuming it was an axe, so... This guy, I guess? It looks like he just got stabbed in the back. I guess it could be pistol, but... not clear why it would be. Okay. Is it because there's like... Oh, the bullet in the mask, which is otherwise unaccounted for. That's right. Yeah, good call. Alright, that's fair. Walter Keane. Oh, Walter Keane. I remember that name. Annual Ritual of Restraint. Whishbloom. I'm actually just finally connecting everything back into the first game here is kind of the idea. Sickness and health. Seems fine. Man is not breathing. What the fuck? Okay. Alright. Don't think about it just yet. A tattoo on the hands. Sick woman. Time. Tense. Interesting. Yeah, it's like a doctor. Captain's journal. Truly am a genius. Okay, Captain Triton. Mighty Dagon. The witch claims she has a preventative cure for the fever. Okay, so she's the doctor. Homicide. The witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. Oh, and we have a present day here, it looks like. I really like this. This is great. The rich guy. Not to be confused with Wizard Hat. You can meet your shadow. Man is not breathe. The 6 party members. He just takes the money from Radigan being dead. Okay. That's what I was thinking they were getting at a second ago. Is when he's saying to leave him behind. I love that they still have this symbol, right? From all the other stuff in the base game. Suffocation. Good skin tone. That matches with suffocation. Raxon seems to make sense. Also be Morticium, but it's a dark blue liquid. Brain death. Paralyzes lungs. I guess it could also be that. Scarlet Fever, because we can take back in time. And the yellowing eyes in the past. Doesn't have yellowing eyes, looks like. Black Raven Whiskey. Already know as the cigarettes from the earlier ones. Mr. Monocle is afraid. Whoa. Okay. Cigars, this is probably, and he's got that little symbol. So. It's almost certainly not this guy. He's the one with the blue cigarettes. Everybody has their own cigarette brand, it seems like. I think we saw some of them in the first case here. I want to say Eliza Swan has the purple ones. Okay, it's mustache wax. It's Eliza, that's that one. Let's try to get the ones back in time, I guess. Still have another one of these to check. Yeah, the planes, okay. Yeah, so this is an interesting one because it kind of requires you to look at the previous cases, doesn't it? Maybe they figure if you're this far, that's a completely reasonable thing to expect you to do. Go home. Okay, so we've seen this tattoo with the severed leg, right? That's the same one that... It's a really weird tattoo to have. This might be like the meta solution. She has the exact same tattoo. So are we reading the thing that's about... Gangsters use the lighthouse to crash ships with leg cutters. Okay. Heist hung on 1814 using the St. Oswald House on Skull Island, which was built a year earlier. So, member of the leg cutters. Whatever that counts for, I guess. Get the rest of the... She's the witch, so that's her tent. We've got a couple other people here. This guy's got like a weird tattoo. Same symbol as the tattoo. The two of them are in the same room. What's that all about? Stefan Garner. Okay, I think Stefan, these are going to be the bosun, right? We can't see the guy with the fucked up nose as the bosun, right? He's going to be in there with his dad, though, is the idea. What did he look like again? Hold on. He did have hair. He's got a fake nose. I guess the bosun's already dead at this point. No, I guess because it says mentions Triton, so we're back in time again from this point. What I think we're saying is going on here. Groups left on duty. Captains. That makes sense. I like that aspect. Every time you go click on this, you're always going further back in time, and every time you click on this, you're always going forward. Tense. I guess we can just do this and then swap them. Okay. Is that Triton then? Captain's journal, he's got the special sword. I think we said Stefan Gardner was the kid. Let me double check. I really liked the last DLC, but this one I like the structure of each of them and the way they connect to each other the best, I think. Yeah, Stefan Garner is the powder monkey. Mr. Garner is the bosun. So that's Triton. I guess maybe we can infer all of the dead people from Broadside Betrayal. Get a picture of the list here. It's everyone that's crossed off. Yeah, it's cool. It's neat that they went to the trouble to do that. I'm just going to screenshot this. So the captain, the quartermaster, the surgeon, the scrivener, and the two seamen. Now, what do we say? Sorry, I didn't actually screenshot the whole thing. Keeps records as the scrivener. Walter Keane. Am I right? Was Walter Keane not a name in the original game? Maybe I'm just misremembering. Second in command, leadership, quartermaster. No, Ada Baker. Be Tom or Jimpo, maybe. Gotcha. Our captain. Dagon. These factors, Antoine Spilsbury's death was caused by this. Pirate crew's death was shown by this. I see. So we know that Antoine died of suffocation. Oh. Like, so we want to be staring at thing from her book here, right? So what causes blue skin? Low body temperature or oxygen deficits. We have two options there. Suffocation. Chemicals can induce abnormal body temperature. All right, well, that makes sense. Organ's ability to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation. It has nothing to do with the mushroom. Yeah, it seems like that mushroom is just supposed to make him hallucinate. Neurazinth is mentioned somewhere. Hallucinogen. Leads to nausea, non-fatal. So I guess it's like this is a red herring. So I feel like the good thing to guess is just it's the thing that causes both suffocation and over blood oxygenization, oxygen oversaturation. And we said that was this thing, right? But I don't think it says it's a pink paste, so I have evidence of that somewhere. His tent was this one. Someone poisoned one of his cigars or something. I feel like I don't have any other evidence of what caused that. Well, I guess we can see if it's wrong and then try to figure it out after the fact, but... Alright, so... Problematically, we can't see anyone's tongues here. Covering their eyes, blue skin... Oh, so we've got... Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil here. I don't know if that means that they have something in common with each other. They won't let us see their tongues, though. Nerve agent or head trauma, dilated pupils. Dude definitely has dilated pupils, and he's the only one we're allowed to see. Someone else here who's dead in the past? Pupils seem dilated also. Black Raven whiskey. Oh, here's the... Cigars, cigarettes. It's supposed to be a pink paste. I feel like I don't have any evidence of that, though, which is what's unfortunate. Well, let's keep trying to guess the other one. So, something about a nerve agent, head trauma, dilated pupils, blue skin. Low body temperature or oxygen deficits. Any of these say nerve agents? Pesticide. Maybe it's not nerve agent, and that's just like one of the things that could be responsible for dilated pupils. Another thing mentions it here. Oh, these are all nerd agents. Okay. I didn't see that the first time I looked at this. All right, so I guess the idea is that, like, it's not these two, because if it was either of these two, their bodies wouldn't be blue, they would be red. Nausea, and it's not this one because it says that's non-fatal. That paralyzes their lungs. I think it's a reasonable guess. Yes, because their lungs are paralyzed, they're not breathing. Okay. Kind of interesting. So, promedial salts is an anesthetic. Now, does she have that in her bag or something? Is that the idea? Calling her the witch. Might be what that's supposed to be. Her pockmarks are fake, is that what we're suggesting? Yeah, she's got the little red brush. Okay, I get it. Because her eyes aren't yellow. And it looks like the pockmarks are running when she's crying. Okay, got it. Maybe that's not true. Blank, blank, and blank died. Okay, well, we know who died, right? It's, the captain. It's not going to be Walter Keane, because we know he's still around. Hold on, I wrote down the names over here. Quartermaster. Seaman, 2 seamen. We've already got the captain, and then there's the surgeon herself. And then Stefan Garner was with them as well. Let's see if we can figure out the other two. What names did they give me here? It's not going to be him, obviously. It's not Myrtle. It's not Eliza. These are all people from the present. It's not Spilsbury. It's not Jasper. It's not Ivan. So Stefan's still alive. Ada Baker's still alive. Oh, it has to be these two by process of elimination. Okay. So the blank was blank. Well, we know what they died from. They died from this, right? It was poisonous. Okay. What are we getting at with this? My punishment is the only reason I'm alive. Hunter key never hit me, not even once. This was whose tent? Wait, whose tent is that? Oh, there's two of them, that's right. Twerp slept on duty. I don't think she really did, but there's no other option here, right? Oh, am I getting ahead of the trick here? Yeah, I think you're meant to think that it's Scarlet Fever. I wasn't even going to answer that because I'm like, she doesn't have it, obviously, because she's like crying and the marks are running and she killed all of them. But they tricked me by framing it as though she contracted something. I was like, oh, she must have actually contracted it. No, you could put nothing there. Hopefully that's right, because I think that's clever. All right, so it's Triton, Adkin, and Cyril Amiot. Took the salt. Consumed. Remaining crew member is Stefan's the only other person. Was blank the blank. Having blank on blank. Slept on watch duty, we said, right? Punishment's the only reason I'm alive. Okay, so they didn't give him the cure, but it was actually poison. So he was refused the salt. That seems good. This is one where usually I struggle with ones where they don't give you a lot of information. I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong with all of it, but it kind of makes sense this time. In 1927, blank wanted the expedition blank. Wanted the expedition continued, refused, terminated, killed. Well, it's either going to be continued or terminated. After the blank of blank, to ensure that the expedition blank. Okay, so because of syntax, that has to be continued, which means this one has to be terminated. Who wants it terminated? After the blank of a person. Watch duty of a person, poisonous of a person, the body of somebody. Spirit journey. So the whole point is he's taking it on purpose because he wants to trip. Okay, but that's just a red herring and doesn't actually get us to the answer here. Whose room was this? We got this one by process of elimination. It's her room. Oh, this is the, well, I guess it's turned on its side, but it looks like the language from the conlang thing. Run bugs and stuff. It's got the map, I guess is how we're also supposed to get it in addition to the cigarettes. It's the pilot lady. If he wants to return home, we can't refuse because he owns the ship. Well, we can fill that in. He wants to go home. Now the question is, like, who the fuck, whose body is this? Like, I'm not talking about this guy. I mean, okay, let's do it. I guess it could be any of the dead people from the past. So any of these three, although we don't see them anywhere in the area, so... that's Ivan. That's Myrtle. Antoine's dead, so it's not his own body. Jasper and Eliza Swan. Ada Baker. I guess Radigan? But Radigan's... Is he actually a member of the gang the whole time? Is that like a twist? I thought he had like weird mutton chops and shit. Like a big beard and a pipe. I guess he doesn't have the pipe anymore because he lost it when he died, but... I thought this game has built-in hints. Maybe I should have been using those the whole time instead of asking chat. Maybe that's him. Does he have the big bulbous nose? The people on the island pulled him off the boat. He does have the big bulbous nose, okay. I guess that's supposed to be Radigan's body. Was after the body of Radigan was discovered. Was killed. Okay. Okay, so that's our motive. He wants it to end. Someone doesn't want it to end. We already got that he died from Firaxin. That's Antoine Spilsbury. Poisoned, terminated, just, I guess he's got to be killed. But who did it? Like, I don't think I have... She's the one who would be most likely to know, right? Dude's just like... It's interesting that he's the one who gets the most spoils and he wants to cancel it. It's not what I would have expected. I don't know where we're going with this at all. Maybe that's going to tie into the meta solution here. It's supposed to be like a pink paste, isn't it? Pink paste and industrial processing. And it says I got that right. Oh. Is it the mustache wax? I guess the only thing that looks like it's pink. Everybody has like powder and stuff. I guess I can guess the mustache wax. Ivan? Okay. Is that right? Is it the mustache wax? Okay. Painted red spots in her face. I really love that. That's cool. I'm glad I spotted that earlier. I might have been stuck for a while. It's actually poison. Only Stefan survived. She kept in his tent disguised as mustache wax. Okay, got it. Quick Eye Steward. Whishbloom. Ability to grant wishes. Does so in a perverse and twisted manner. It's cool going straight into this after like the futuristic Age of Restraint DLC. Yours in the mask. Old bones and old sins. Are there like 2 more cases, or is there this case and then a meta case? I have this like power outage coming out, so worried. I don't want to have to rush. This is the last case? Okay. Then we go back again one more time here. Captain. A lot of weird stuff on him. Leave him in that hellhole. Walter Keane that's down there. Jimpo, okay. More resemblance to brute than man. Circle and X thing is familiar. Just reading about that. Tattoo on his back. Oh, cool. Sir Walter Keane, Esquire. Interesting. They've already been down there, I guess. Also has the glass in his shoes. Ada Baker lived a dangerous life, but always landed on her feet. Of Captain Triton. Gas mask. And we're seeing the cross section. Whoa, whoa, the fuck? Interesting. Of our direction. Don't be alarmed by my appearance. I mean you no harm. Do you enjoy your life? Turtle song 0%. Five of 6 bullets remain in the pistol. Okay. Recognize some of those folks. Putridium. Oh, but that's not sorrel grass, because the actual page has been torn. Okay, clever. Video beacon. He's got a little bit on his mask. Knockout monthly. We get the word transformed. This is really funny. It's like a Facebook quiz in the 1920s. Are you tired of being a disgusting slob? Yeah. Hair loss, breaking out in purple spots. Huh. Airship. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Should be plenty. Okay, so this feels like this is listing the cable lengths or whatever. Is this another one where I'm gonna get more things revealed, or can I see all of the spots and words first? Oh hey, we know that key logo. That's kind of a neat touch. Made by the same company. Tommy gun. Need to stop, wait on nearby island, stop, and have it activate beacon, stop. Okay. Engine 1 left propeller, up increase power, down reduce power. Is that what this is? Oops. Oh my god, that's a lot of weights. To turn left, ensure... Inflate, deflate balloon, up inflates, down deflates. Pressure in the balloon. Pressure in the envelope. Alright, so there's an air balloon, hydrogen, and an envelope. Left-right engine outputs to steer. Hydrogen provides lift as it's less dense than air. Use the air balloon to regulate altitude. Max carry weight equals 300 QFS. 1.5 QFS is 1 kilogram. 300 times 1.5. You say it's 300. Okay. This weed grows thick and tall in dark caverns and hates sunlight. It's entirely harmless, but does get an inert slime all over everything it touches. So, and that's the slime on Machete there. She's pretending like fine hook-shaped spores that lodge themselves in the lungs, causing tissue scarring and damage. So she shows them that to Laya and says that it's sorrel grass. Or she's claiming that the thing that's actually harmless is actually harmful, but all it is just leaves behind a slime when you cut through it. Why would she lie, though? Like, what does she stand to gain from that? Right, that's the Whishbloom we saw in the last thing. It's on the ground there. It releases chemicals. I don't know what it has to do with any of this stuff, though. It turns you into a monster or a beast or something. Okay. It's got a pen with green ink. So he wrote that. Sure of our direction. Dangerous life landed on her feet. Right, so I guess I should try to figure out what's up with the airship. He gets the math wrong. All right, let's try to figure this out. So to turn left. All right, so it's either I have very few options. So to ascend, it's either the balloon or the engine. It's got to be the balloon, right? And I think the idea is that you think it would be inflate the balloon, but because there's like hydrogen in there, you actually want to deflate the balloon. You're like increasing the percentage of air that's in there because it connects to the where's the thing. I wish I could like keep this open at the same time. So there's a pump. Use the air balloon to regulate altitude. Yeah, that would make sense to me. Okay. So then increase power to the left engine, reduce power to the left. This is the propeller. Increase power. Straight engine outputs to steer. Can't see, like, when they say engine, are there supposed to be two propellers behind it? Oh, I like the fucking huge creature down here. That's creepy. Just kind of chilling out. Wonder if that's one of the things on the maps. Awful weed, Myrtle showed us. Thank God she brought protective gear. So I feel like if I understand what's going on, like I think I may be getting the big story before I'm getting the small story. I think she knows that like inhaling the spores is good or something, or maybe she just knows what it does. So she tells them they have to wear the gas masks to deal with the weed, even though that's not true. Yeah, because they all their gas masks are filtering through the output of this thing. And she knows about it because she has this like creepy book that talks about it. Why would she want them all? She's not wearing a mask at all, right? It's because she dropped it. Okay. This says the medium through which it acts on its subjects is like inhaling it, right? Okay. I still don't really know exactly why she did that, but that's the vibe that I get, that she wanted them to wear the masks because of the effect of the Whishbloom, not because of the green stuff. I really don't know where they're going with this. All right, well, these have to be engine no matter what, right? It's like nothing else they could be. It can't be balloon. That wouldn't make sense. Oh, this is saying ensure that the engine power output on one side is greater than the engine power. I'm like, what the fuck is with the greater than symbol? I get it now. I guess they couldn't fit this all in one line. They had to make this like way wider for that to work. It's probably you want, well, is it the same, like, it's the opposite of what you expect it to be? Like, to turn left, you expect the left to be more than the right, and the right to be more than the left. But, like, this one being the opposite of what you expect, it's also the opposite. I'm trying to, like, imagine it in my brain. Let me just picture it in terms of, like, I'm paddling a boat. I want to turn left while I'm paddling a boat. I use the right paddle more. I think that's what they're saying. I guess we'll see if it says I'm incorrect. It's a way to fuck you up, if maybe keep you from brute force guessing the stuff on the right or something. All right, so I think we know some of these already, right? Max carry weight is 300 QFS, so just like straight up tells us that one. That's times 1 kilogram, or 1.5 is 450. And they just also straight up tell you. Wait. Is the idea that he's an idiot because he can't do this? 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7, but he rates it as the ogre. And it's also written in red because he has the red pencil. That's tricky. Like, maybe they do this left side to make you think that, because it's like, why the fuck would they just tell me the answer here when they don't just tell you the answer on this side? So that's true, because that's written in here. But he should be... It's 300 divided by 1.5, isn't it? It's 200? Okay. Did you say there was like a problem here? Ivan's weight in kilograms, Ansel's weight in kilograms. Okay, I gotta remember who the fuck is everybody here. This is Jasper. Ivan was the mustache guy who's here and dead. All right, so he's taking the medication. Not for men under 70 kilograms. Dr. Darren's miracle pills. Oh, at least. So he doesn't have the purple spots, so he's at least 70. Ansel was... Why am I suddenly... I'm like blanking on names. There he is, Ansel Marsh. He just hasn't come up in any of the other ones, right? Like, they came back and hired him for this. Okay, so this is your second piece of evidence that he's an idiot and got the number wrong, right? Because he said that this map was the real deal, even though it wasn't. And he's a member of the same gang. Okay. So we now know 3 people that were in that gang. Maybe that's going to come up for the meta thing. I didn't even notice that last time. Okay, he claims that he's heavyweight. I guess he just can't do math, but he's probably right about his own weight. There's no other source of a weight listing. That's at least 90. Treasure's weight. Right, he writes it down, doesn't he? If he's specifically talking about these guys. Video beacon. Is there anything else that mentions the treasure's weight? Bring the Tommy gun. Ansel, stop. Okay, so Ivan's planning to do a scam, but it doesn't work because Ansel's an idiot and can't do math, right? Which is what causes this thing to sink. Pressure's in the envelope. Pressure in the balloon. Altitude is sank. I like how they can ask you to do shit that I'm like, look at this, like, why the fuck, like, why are they asking me this? And then as you're doing it, it's like, oh, okay, it's revealing the story because of the mistake with the weight limit, and that's why it's crashed over here. Got it, got it. That happens in so many of these cases where I'm like, what the fuck? And you're like, oh, okay. I think this is going to be completely unrelated, unless if she says something about the weight here somewhere. I don't think I have anything else to do with this. So something back here tells me what the weight is. These might be the other thing. I haven't been looking in the past this whole time because I've been trying to figure out the airship answer. What's that? Putridium. Rotting eggs. Deterring wild predator and scavenger animals from detecting or approaching it. I guess I know the purpose of the X's yet. And we're pretty sure that's Putridium, though. Okay. Purple ink. I see. So this has been wrapped in the stinky weed to keep things off of it, I guess. Cracked open the chest, a potent sweet scent poured out and filled the room. Set me off into a fit of sneezing. Find the chest till it blows over. We'll set sail tomorrow. Interesting. O's and X's. These are them drawing lots, okay. I see, but he is the one who wrote out the lots, so he, like, he wants to get down there with the treasure. He drew his lot and sealed his fate. That's the missing semen. It's the broken glass. None of this is helping me know what the weight of the treasure is, though, so I have that somewhere. The problem is that they're already at 160. Oh, is that what we're saying? All right, because we know the boats, or we know the airship sank, then it must have exceeded the value, even though they're not going to tell me. They keep throwing me off by the at least thing. So, like, a hardcore weight limit. Max carry weight 300, so we do, like, increase it by 1. It's at least 41, I guess. No, incorrect. Do I have the right idea here, or am I, like, completely wrong about something? I guess maybe we can take into account the... It's not how I'm supposed to get the treasure weight. It's not just by assuming that it must have been more than 160. Okay. I guess that's it right there, right? I guess they would have been on the thing together at the same time, right? Oh, is this what we're saying? That they would have used this spool if it was less than 50 kilograms, but it must have been at least 50 kilograms? Or they would have used the other spool to pull it up? I see, because it's been removed. Trying to figure out, like, what's the deal with the spools? So it's at least 210? Okay. Cute. All right. Back in time. Let's not look at that one yet. I feel like I understand this one better. In 1927, blank, 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 entered the grotto and blank the blank. All right. Well, we already said that it was like everybody but Ansel, pretty much, right? Others may emerge with me. Bring Tommy. Stop. Okay, well, we know he was down there. And then we know that it's basically everyone but Ansel, right? I mean, like, there's no one else that fits here, because everyone else is not involved with this one. These are all people in the past. This is the captain, the doctor, the quartermaster, or whatever, the seaman. Or one of them is a quartermaster, one of them is a seaman, and that's the powder monkey guy. Okay, so if it's everybody that's... And Walter Keane, obviously, is a really important guy. So this is everybody but Ansel. Then it's Ivan, Eliza, Myrtle, who are both already down there. And then I guess Jasper was down there at some point. It's tied to the tree. Okay, but they already... They blank the blank. They found the something. While winching it up. So they found the treasure chest, right? That's what they winched up. While winching it up, blank, blank, a blank. It's the thing that what's his name was saying, right? When I have it, I will activate beacon, fly to the beacon signal. Others may emerge from grotto with me. Bring Tommy gun. Okay. So there's... The beacon must have been activated, otherwise he wouldn't be there to pick it up, right? This looks like the light is on. Let's guess that it's talking about the beacon. I think that, like, thematically, my favorite one is the Age of Restraint, but I think this DLC is my favorite of the 4 DLCs, because this feels more like the base game, both of Golden Idol 2 and the original Golden Idol game, and that everything, like, ties together super nicely. I think the gimmick of one of them is constantly moving forward and the other one's constantly moving back is super cool. And so far, there hasn't been anything that's, like, a ridiculous stretch. Like, they put stuff in there that's, like, a trick, but they give you, like, I think this airship one, I was really confused, like, why are they even doing this shit on the left? Like, that's so weird. But it's a great way to, like, convey, hey, there's probably a trick on this side. You know what I mean? And I feel like they can't do that every time, because if they do that every time, then you'll always know to expect a trick. But otherwise, I wouldn't have maybe thought anything of this. I would have just entered this stuff and been completely wrong from that point. Yeah, I think that's it's, like, really smartly written. No weird logical leaps. All right, anyway, beacon. Something with the beacon. Activated, triggered, activated. That's Ivan did that. Blank climbed out. Blank and blank blanked him. Knew him, sealed him, removed him. Promise. Well, they didn't. Nobody got shot, and it's him. So we got to be talking about this guy. That's Jasper. He got restrained. Okay. And it's got to be Ivan and the other guy, because the other two are still down on the bottom. Ivan and Ansel. Then blank, then blank blank. Because he blanked the blank. Blank, then blank blank, because he blanked the blank. Because he verb the noun, because he sneezed the treasure. Found the treasure. I don't think I can get away with using syntax to figure that one out, sadly. Because blank blank the blank. The airship plummeted, so blank drowned. Okay, well we know Ivan drowned at the end, right? Very little in the gas mask. I have T-minus 1 hour to the power outage, so I'm not going to stress about time yet, but in about 30 minutes I might start asking for more hints just to make sure we can finish before OBS dies. Okay. It's probably Ivan did something here. I thought the whole point was that the airship plummeted because of the weight limit problem. Have it exceeded the weight limit? Okay. But he didn't exceed the weight limit, like... They all together exceeded the weight limit. And it's not... I wasn't to say it's like because the treasure exceeded the weight limit. Yeah, why the fuck? I guess the question, like, why is Ansel not on there? And who the fuck? Who shot Ansel? He has a gun. He doesn't have a gun. She has a gun all the way down here. 5 of 6 bullets, but she only used 1. It didn't say 4 of 6 bullets. She has a gun, but no reason to expect that she used it for anything. I guess there's the Tommy gun here. Magazine is full. Oh, 5 of 6 bullets. Okay. And I guess if they don't let you inspect the gun, you should just assume that it never went off and it's not relevant. Okay. So he shot... Hold on. Ivan has the gun, so he did the shooting. So he shot Ansel. Why? Because he... Stole the treasure? No. That's just a guess, so that can't be right. Is it true that Ivan shot Ansel? Oh, yeah, he must be. Never mind. That's obvious. Ivan drowned. Okay, so let me understand. So he shoots Ansel, and then Ansel's not on the airship anymore. So, like, the weight limit's not a problem anymore at that point. So why would they even bring up the weight limit? Maybe it's like they both get on the airship, and then it's not taking off because the weight limit's too high, and Ivan figures it out because Ansel exceeds the weight limit, and also he's listed as heavyweight. So there's not a... So for a completely different reason... Okay, maybe this explains why we have this left thing. The airship sinks for a totally different reason. Because he was originally planning on Ansel to pilot it. He inflates the balloon when he's supposed to deflate it, because he assumes that it works a certain way. Okay. Because he hasn't read the manual that Ansel has, because Ansel's the actual pilot, even though he can't do math. So he increased the pressure, inflated the balloon. Okay. That's cool. I like that. That makes sense. Alright, I still have no idea what the fuck happened in the past. Anything else with Events 3? Meanwhile, in the grotto... Convince something... Oh, yeah. This is supposed to be the whole, like... I, Myrtle Song, promise to give my share of the treasure to Eliza Swan. That's got to be our first thing. Myrtle Song. Promise to give to Eliza. Share. Oh, I guess it's just treasure. I like that doing this with two timelines gives you a bunch of like red herring words too, because I feel like this mission has way more words than you usually get, especially with the blue verbs. If she discovered, found the Whishbloom. To achieve this, blank blank her blank, and blank the blanks blank. Blank blank her blank. Wait, no. Blank blank her blank. A person verbed her something. What would she verb? Sneezed her, found her, knew her, sealed her, removed her, stole her, lost maybe. Well, to achieve this, lost doesn't make sense. Followed her thing. Promised her thing. Rigged her thing. All right, what are the things that she could verb? Treasure doesn't make sense. Smell doesn't make sense. People doesn't make sense. Alligators doesn't make sense. Lots doesn't make sense. Jar. Gas mask, maybe? Sorrel grass. There's not a word that's just like used her machete. Activated her machete. Lot, no. You wouldn't achieve it and then lose it. You could steal it. So she doesn't have a machete on her though, right? Well, there was a machete, but it's on the ground now. Gas mask and machete. I guess maybe gun. Shot her gun. We know she's the one. Shot her gun is weird, though. I liked gas mask. Removed her gas... She did remove the gas mask. We know that's back here, right? Okay. What is this, like, cave down here that goes... Does that matter? It's not there in the past. A tunnel someone dug out of here at some point? It's not visible from this room, which is weird. Okay. Remove her gas mask and blank the blanks blank. So if she removed her gas mask... What is that going to help her do? Oh, is this the reason for the Pretidium vine? I think I'm getting it. So, like, in the past, this is wrapped in the Pretidium vine, so you can't smell it. And somebody here mentioned, like, scent. Where was it? Potent sweet scent poured out and filled the room. Had me sneezing. Okay. So she... It's the Whishbloom smell. She followed it. After reading Blank's letter, Blank realized that blank blank the blanks blank blank blank. So blank verbed blank. Like, I mean, I guess I don't have any more information, and I'm not going to get any more information from the past. Am I seeing this right? This is like, he has like a turtle shell, right? But he still has his tattoo on the back of it. This is interesting, because like this implies that like being affected by this turns you into a monster. I was trying to figure out like what the fuck was up with this, right? Like, she has mandibles, right? That's fucking weird. You could, like, barely see them there. This is in the future of that story, but I guess we don't see her anywhere else up to this point. She's not involved with this at all. It's like turns you into a monster or something. She's not here though, so the mandibles thing isn't related to that. If the idea is that it, like, you inhale it, turns you into, like, a beast. I guess that's consistent with the final thing where, like, the beast shows up. That's back here, right? This guy is, like, a beast mauled and then dropped the sketch as it fled into the waves. Shot the beast on a map outside. Interesting. I guess the question then is like, who's the beast that mauled him at the end of the story? It's one of the people who got transformed, I guess, is the idea. All right, let me try to figure out what the fuck that has to do with anything. After reading someone's letter. Okay, well, there's a limited number of things. There's this letter here, which looks like it's supposed to be this guy, Walter Keane. Is that Walter Keane, though? Can you remind me, like, what all happened with Walter Keane in the original story? Wasn't he the guy, the, like, bandit guy with the mask? Is this just, like, a side story that happened to him after the events of the base game? He wasn't, like, a bandit, but he was, like, hired to interact with the characters a couple times. That's why he's super old. He's already old here. I remembered the tattoo. And what happened with what's her name? Ann Baker or Ada Baker? Always landed on her feet. So that being Walter makes sense if it's his letter. She read the letter, Eliza Swan, realized that blank blanked the blanks blank blank blank. All right, well, let's work backwards. I'm usually successful with this. She shot Myrtle. I should probably open every case with, like, the last thing is almost always going to be what obviously just happened. So start with that, and then sometimes you can get things backwards from there. Eliza realized, so she wouldn't have shot Myrtle unless if she realized that Myrtle did something, right? The thing that Myrtle did was she knew the mechanism of the Whishbloom. Okay, gotcha. There wasn't like some crazy way that her story ended. She lied about the grass because she wanted to invent a reason for them to all wear gas masks. That awful weed Myrtle showed us. Thank God she brought protective gear. Thick wall of sorrel grass. We need to be sure of our direction. So the idea is like they're down here and the shit's so thick that they needed to like do it quickly here. So realize that Myrtle's song something to something something. I guess the whole point is that she knows what the Whishbloom does, right? So Whishbloom, he's found, knew the Whishbloom. We don't see anything about the, I guess there's the sorrel grass. It's not like I faked the sorrel grass, right? Let's get rid of this. Masked, succeeded, confessed, transformed. No, I would have been. It's like she lied about the sorrel grass, but I don't think I have a word that goes with that, so it has to be new. The Whishbloom's smell something something. Knew the Whishbloom smell turns you into a monster, right? Transform people? Okay, I don't know if I deserve that, but as soon as I saw that they snuck the word transform into this, the way that they do it now where you don't have to click on it is a good way to like keep you from noticing that, but that was like so weird that you have this big text, which mostly is just here to tell you this guy can't do math, but it also gives you the word transformed surreptitiously. I'm like, I bet that's gonna come up. I don't know how though. Okay, maybe I can figure out events 1 now. So 1797, somebody blank the something. So he was tasked with entering the grotto together with blank. They hid the treasure in a cave. Let's talk about the Whishbloom at this point, right? Or maybe we're just talking about the treasure more generally. Inside the cave, blank killed blank. Blank then blank the blank. Alright, so someone's dead in the cave, right? How is he dead? Both have the glass. Already been down there is the idea. Oh, this is like he's missing his dagger is the point. Sheath with no weapon. Walter Keane. Well, that looks like they took his dagger. But it's like, it's got to be these two, right? Because they're the only ones who have the glass on their feet. So it has to be Walter Keane killed him. I just don't know how. I guess it could be an entry here. All right, well, like, we gotta, like, rule out who that is, too. We know some of these. Ada. That's the young guy. Tom and Cyril. Maybe Jimpo is alive, so Jimpo's the one who's dead. And I think this is Walter Keane killed Jimpo, but, like, why would they even let me put down a green thing to say that crocodiles killed him? But that doesn't make sense. There's nothing else that could kill him other than, or it's alligators, but that would be stupid. And don't they say something about how, like, the weed deters predators or some shit? Hold on. I like that sometimes there's information you have to get from the present and take to the past. Mask the scent of food, deterring wild predator and scavenger animals. Yeah, okay, so it has to have been Walter Keane killed him. I love, like, there's so many characters in this series who are, like, Wario adjacent. A world where everyone is part Wario. The idea that, like, he went out of his way to get the Whishbloom. Would make sense. It's talking about him, like, parting with the treasure or whatever. We know caught and sentenced to death. Because Walter Keane, he wouldn't have confessed. All right, this is a weird... Because somebody did something, Walter Keane was caught. But, like, whatever they did is a verb that doesn't take a object. So because somebody sneezed, maybe... Found doesn't work, knew doesn't work. Knew maybe works. Somebody knew, if it's related to the thing above. Sealed, removed, stole, lost. I guess it could be, like, lost... The lots that they were drawing. Followed it would be okay. Maybe there are more of these that fit without there being a object associated with the verb. But we know Walter Keane is caught and sentenced to death at the end. Before exiting, somebody, well, Walter, something to something in a something. Because this blank the blank. Oh, we figured this out already, right? This is the, he wrapped it in the stinky vine. It's wrapped, one of our words. Hid, sealed, wrapped. The Whishbloom in a Betrayal vine because this masked the smell. Okay. But because somebody sneezed, he was discovered. Set me off into a fit of sneezing. So, like, he gets up here, he's got it. He starts sneezing and realizes that he's trying to trick them because the scent is overpowering even the Betrayal vine. I guess that makes sense. That's Triton. Okay. They hid the treasure in a cave. All right, but there's two people entering, so it's got to be Walter Keane and Jimpo. Blank the blank. It's not like because he found it? I don't know what we want from this. Right, so the reason they're here is they're trying to hide the thing. Wasn't where it was originally. They got it from Lemuria. Alligators may have been a lie. The alligators are real. Oh, is it because of the lots? So... Does it have to do with the lots? Is that right? Am I on the right track with this? It does have to do with the lots. Oh, I think I figured this out earlier. He rigged it, didn't he? Okay. Yeah, because he has the purple ink. He's the one that wrote all of them down. And he put a little notch in two of them. I see. So he had one with a notch in it too, so he knew which ones to grab. Okay. Because he wanted to steal the treasure was his whole plan. 1800. What the fuck? Oh, is this... They both died as monster people on this island together? Whoa. So does this stuff now require me to get information from here? Verse and Twisted Manor. Guy Master. It's just the meta, okay. Right, I'm at my 30-minute limit here, so I'm going to do my best to not have to ask for hints too early, but in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have to ask for hints. If there's anything else significant for most of these, okay. Alder Keen. Unfortunate events rendered you a shadow of the man you once were. So it makes him live a long time despite being old. She'll know it by its unmistakable fragrance. You become a new man. Ergen Patu is also... Is it like in the DLC of the first game or something? That sounds familiar. So like he became immortal but turned into a turtle man was the downside. You're kind of turning into a turtle here at this point. They're both turning into monsters. Does the one, the sailmaker lady having the mandibles, is that supposed to be a hint to this? Conspiracy murdered the politicians, okay. Blank and his crew, blank, 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 blank. After blank tipped off blank. Treasure in their possession, the blank... okay, well, hold on. We know that this is Captain Triton and his crew. Found... what's a two-word Whishbloom? Treasure... Oh, they give me a bunch more words down here. So I only use these words. I can't, these words don't apply anymore. It's just these ones. Okay. Is that right? Blank tipped off blank. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like how you could just interpret it as being like a artistic license thing earlier. This is probably the main meta stuff, right? 27th of February. Destined for the annual ritual of Restraint. That must be the one we're talking about there. He is on this list. And he sent that to Walter Keane. Treasure in their possession. The blank got blank by the blank's blank, except for blank. Because he had no blank. Well, the Seven Seas Company blanked the blanks, the crew blankets. Seven Seas Company is mentioned here. Ordered its naval versus search all ships under the using marine artifacts on board. So search for the Whishbloom. So the crew, they were trying to hide it, right? Was the whole idea. Okay. While doing so, blank the blank. We just did this. Walter Keane stole the Whishbloom, but he was blank. Was caught and sentenced to death in the... I guess it's supposed to be the grotto, not the cave. Okay. Treasure in their possession. The blank got blank by the blank's blank. By the Whishbloom's smell? Except for blank, because he had no blank. So they all got transformed partially. I want to see some of their transformations. Sickness and health. See that some of them are already starting to mutate. I don't get to see too much of them at this point because not that much time has passed yet, but I thought it was more obvious in Broadside Betrayal. Like her mandibles are... That's pretty fucking subtle. He looks kind of like a vampire, I thought, when I first saw him, but I was like, maybe that's just artistic license. Oh, yeah, he's got the sharp teeth and, like, the... I see. He's turning into, like, a golem guy. They were subtle with it. That's impressive. And most of them look pretty normal. Never really figured out exactly what happened with the kid, I guess. Oh, no, we do. Didn't it say something about it in the first case? It's like here. He's got like something to his son. Sorry, son. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's his son that turns into the monster and attacks him. Okay. All right. Got it. I don't know if that's going to be the second part of the epilogue, but... Blank got blank by the Whishbloom thing, except for blank because he had no... They got what by the Whishbloom? Transformed? Okay, I don't use any of these, right? It's all here. I guess infected, maybe? The crew got infected except for somebody. So all of them got infected except someone because he didn't have a... that's really smart. That was, what's his name? Other Garner. Laser Garner. Oh, shit. I thought I was close. Do I have the right idea here? Is there anything that's like... Is this like a semantics thing, or do I have the facts wrong? I guess I'll start looking at the next epilogue. Way back to the ship. Somebody successfully blank everyone except blank. We know who made it away. It was Garner and the other Garner. Who moved blank with the blank. They escaped. Did they have something with them when they escaped? I don't remember if they did. The map, that's right. That's the whole reason everyone ends up here later. And they have the map because it's his treasure map. They hid it on the island. That's right, right. Shit, I keep looking at those words. Yeah, let me know if I've got something wrong with this. Jocks Triton and his crew found a Lemurian treasure after Ergen Patu tipped off Walter Keane. With the treasure in their possession, the crew... Yeah, and this even says... It seems like that should be right. The crew got infected. The crew got... Maybe I can change that to transformed from this if it wants me to use one of these. No. It's all in the first paragraph. Ergen Patu tipped off Walter Keane. Jocks Triton and his crew, so it's found a Lemurian treasure is what's wrong? Guess it's... Oh, right. Ship? Oh, okay. Pillaged a ship? There's still a third thing that's wrong in the first... Okay. No worries. I'll keep it on the screen while I work on this other one. Thank you. On the way back to the ship, somebody successfully blank everyone except blank. Blank, blank. Back on the island is where we are here, so that's Ada Baker, Walter Keane. Also transformed is the idea. Semantics thing in the third paragraph. Seas Company search for the... Is it just treasure? Okay. Thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. T-minus 19 minutes to power cut. We can do this. After making it back to blank, 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 and then fatally wounded blank, who in turn killed blank. This is what I was just figuring it out, right? It's after they got back to town. Is Port Armando the first town? God, if they named this... Well, I guess I can just guess. I don't know. After making it back to... None of these other ones make sense, so it has to be Port Armando. Stefan finally transformed, right? Turn killed Stefan. This is why Ada Baker and Walter Keane also transformed. Okay. On the way back to the ship, somebody successfully blanked everyone except blank, who then blank blank. So, when is this first paragraph happening? This is... Okay, this is the actual end of the story. This is the first chapter of this DLC. This is the second chapter, so this is the third chapter? Sickness and Health? Successfully blank everyone except blank. So that's... Stefan killed everyone. I guess poisoned everyone. This Ada did that. Who then blank blank. Who then buried somebody, escaped somebody, pillaged somebody, returned somebody, shot somebody, stole somebody. And clearly she didn't get shot. Or I guess if she did get shot, she spared. Hey, nice. I really like that as a final DLC. Like, it does tie off some loose ends from the first game, but it's not, like, excessive about it, right? They really could have been crazy about, like, let's make this all about Golden Idol 1. Thanks for being extra helpful with questions today. I feel like if I hadn't have been more aggressive asking for help, I might not have made it in time for the power outage. I should have streamed an hour early today, but I completely forgot about it. They warned me about it late last week. 5 years later. Yeah, that's really cool. It's like really subtle. This is my favorite overall DLC chapter. Although I really liked the theme of the penultimate one. The whole Age of Restraint shit was really great, and I feel like the Age of Restraint shit sets them up to do whatever they want with, like, the next 50 Golden Idol sequels if they want to make them, right? Just pick one of those devices to make the game about. Cool. Thank you for playing. I loved Golden Idol 2. I think I already gave most of my thoughts at the end of the base game. The base game was perfect, no notes. I mean, my only note is, please, next time, let me click on a word and jump to all of the sources of that word. I don't think that would be problematic for the puzzle solves at all. The DLCs were pretty good on the whole. The first one, I think, was the lowest point out of the 4. It had some cool ideas, but it took too long to get to them, and there were a lot of, like, weird logical leaps that I didn't really care for. The second one I've already almost completely forgotten, but I think it was fine. I think I liked it better than the first one. The second one was, what was the second one? Holy shit, how do I not remember? Lemurian Phoenix, that's right. This one was okay. There were a couple things that I wish, I like, if the entire thing is figuring out, I like the stuff with the cult. I thought that was cool. I like the first couple cases with the Lemurians in general. What I ended up not really liking so much was the final reveal about this guy's son. I feel like they, like, tried to conceal it too hard, but that kind of makes it come out of nowhere at the end instead of feeling satisfying. I don't think they wove the basic idea through the case super well. The third DLC was great. There were a couple kind of weird things, but it was really neat to look at Lemuria and see some of the crazy shit that they had, and set up a lot of cool stuff for future sequels if they want to. And then I think Curse of the Last Reaper was fantastic. It was, like, as high a quality as the base game. Everything tied together really nicely, and the gimmick of, like, time marching forward in one perspective and marching backward in the other perspective, and then informing each other the old time was really elegantly written, and it had some really cool puzzles and tricky things. I feel like you don't want to have something that's tricky in every single case, otherwise the audience starts to expect something tricky every single time. So you don't want to do, like, a crazy Echo Secunda thing in every single case. But here I think everything they did that was tricky was pretty reasonable. And I think they've gotten really, really smart about, like, hiding the tricky stuff. Like, for example, one of the tricky ones here is, if I can get it to load. Like, I think this is clever, where it's like, it's there, but they don't really call attention to it. And even when you zoom in on this, it just shows you the Whishbloom. It doesn't show you the Whishbloom wrapped in the Stinky Blossom. And then the Stinky Blossom, you can only kind of barely notice it here if you're paying attention in 1927. So they did a really good job with all that stuff. This developer has earned my trust basically forever. So whenever they make a new game of any kind, whether it's Golden Idol oriented or not, please put it on the schedule. I hope they do something with Conlangs, because my favorite thing out of all of this was that Conlang chapter. As much as I said that second DLC was unmemorable, the Conlang chapter was outstanding. So it would be cool to see them focus on that more. Thanks everybody who voted for Golden Idol.